Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Flamboro Downs for this Sunday evening. Our first dash will go to post in approximately 15 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. Note in races 1 through 6, there are no changes. No changes, races 1 through 6. Race number 7, note that number 5, Daryl, changing blind to open bridle and adding a Murphy blind on the right. Murphy blind on the right is added and blind to open bridle. Scratched is number 7, Malvolio. Race 7, scratch 7, Malvolio. Race 8, no changes. No changes, race 8. Race 9, scratched is number 8, He's Got Swagger. Race 9, scratch 8, He's Got Swagger. And the 10th race, no changes. No changes, race 10. Field 4, race number 1 on parade. 1 is Zeb's Crafty, Chris Rogers for Grant Kite. Number 2 is Wicked Jewels, Jay Harris for Wilfred Perot and Grant and Joanne Kernow. And number 3 is Upfront BB, Sammy Philly for Dave Holiday and Ben Holiday. Number 4 is Charlie's Wish, Anthony Hahn for Chantal Mitchell and Mitchell DiCenzo. Number 5 is Left Hand Lou, Paul McKenzie for Anthony Montini and Stephen Davis. Number 6, Puff / Shadow, Austin Surrey for David Fry and Sarah Fry. Number 7 is John Hill, Damien McClellan for Robert Kyle Fellows. And Albert Plummer and Ian Kerr. 8 is Gearson, Garrett Rooney for Gary Kingshot. And 9 is Lions Dookie, Scott Culver, Ken Oliver, and 3 Lions Racing. It's a field of 9 for race number 1. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number 4, Charlie's Wish. And, well, I think Charlie's Wish is the right place to start here. Charlie's Wish is one that did win back-to-back races in this class before. Last time out, moving up and trying non-winners of 5, and actually was a very credible effort. 4th, but beaten just half a length, and now comes back to this non-winners of 3 class. So Charlie's Wish dropping back down a level. And I think Charlie's Wish, I'm really surprised at the price, 9-2. I thought Charlie's Wish would end up being the betting favorite, but at this point, not so. But that could change. Charlie's Wish and Anthony Hunt for Chantal Mitchell with the class drop is currently 9-2. Number 7, John Hill, is one that also should draw a lot of money because comes into this one with 4 consecutive wins. Thing to note, though, the first 3 of them were non-winners of 2, moved up to this class race and kept it going, had post 6 and blasted to the front. Looks like the plan will be to blast because John Hill is one that's been the pace setter in each of his last 6 starts. John Hill, 6 wins in 14 tries last year, and with a 4-race win streak, John Hill 3-1. Number 9, Lions Dookie, is one that raced very well last time out in the non-winners of 2, moves up a level. It was a solid performance. Also, if you go back at the end of November, you see a mile of 52-4 at Mohawk with a 27-second flat final quarter, big back half of 55-3. I think Lions Dookie is also one that you got to be serious about in here. Scott Culver, Ken Oliver. This is one that moves up but has proven and has credentials and is 5-1. And number 3, Upfront BB, raced well in this class last time out, was second to John Hill, beaten just 3/4. Left well, had post 3, left well, got a pocket trip, beaten just 3/4 of length. Upfront BB, Sammy Philga for Dave Holiday. Upfront BB is currently 12-1 on the board. Also should mention one that is drawing a lot of money is one Zeb's Crafty, Chris Rogers driving and training, one that comes in from Mohawk and does show a 52-2 mile. Now, did finish 9th in that mile, but came home with a 26-3 final quarter. Zeb's Crafty and Chris Rogers 3-2. Gate is rolling for race number 1. First of 10 dashes on this Sunday evening at Flamboro Downs. Zeb's Crafty, Wicked Jewels, and Upfront BB on the inside. In the center, Charlie's Wish, Left Hand Lou. And to the outside, Puff / Shadow, John Hill, Gearson, second tier, Lions Dookie. It's a field of 9. It's race number 1. Here they come. Field for the first race. is at the start of the rough end. Charlie's Wish is going to blast with John Hill. Zeb's Crafty on the inside. Wicked Jules and up front BB. Fifth way. Then Lions Dookie is the work on around the turn. Then it is back to Gearson and left hand Lou and Puff's Last Shadow. And racing on down the backstretch. Zeb's Crafty has the early lead. John Hill continues to march on the outside. And Charlie's Wish has got a seat on the inside third. Wicked Jules is fourth away. John Hill still driving on the outside, being parked right now. Zeb's Crafty, John Hill. John Hill leads a length and a quarter, now a length and a half, and clears to the front. John Hill at 5-1 is on top. Zeb's Crafty second, 27-3 opening quarter. Then Charlie's Wish is third. Wicked Jules is racing fourth, and then up front BB, and back to Lions Dookie. Left hand Lou, and the trailing pair, Gearson and Puff's Last Shadow. It is John Hill and Damon McClellan with the front. Zeb's Crafty rides the pocket, and Charlie's Wish is, half in and half out, and now decides to come out, and is coming first over in front of Wicked Jules, 57-4 halftime, 30-1 second panel. John Hill, Charlie's Wish to the outside, Zeb's Crafty on the inside. That pair shares second in behind John Hill. John Hill still leading. The advantage, though, is down to just about 3/4 of a length. Charlie's Wish on the outside, trying to wear down John Hill. Wicked Jules, and now Lions Dookie is coming out 4 wide, and Zeb's Crafty's on the inside. It is Charlie's Wish trying to get the better of John Hill. Has done that, but now has to deal with Lions Dookie as well as Wicked Jules. And on the inside, John Hill hasn't thrown in the towel just yet. Lions Dookie and Scotty Coulter now has come on the outside. On the inside, John Hill. Charlie's Wish in the center. Lions Dookie on the outside has the late advantage. Lions Dookie, and Scotty Coulter is going to win. Then it is John Hill, Zeb's Crafty, and Charlie's Wish, 159-1. There's the winner of race 1, 9 Lions Dookie, Scotty Coulter, the winning driver. Lions Dookie is a 4-year-old Stay Hungry bay gelding, owned by 3 Lions Racing, trained by Kenny Oliver, and it is the third win lifetime for Lions Dookie, 159-1. Fans, the inquiry sign will go up pertaining to number 8 Gearson and possible broken equipment before the start. And fans note number 8, Gearson. You'll see it coming up in just a moment if you're looking on the outside. The shoe goes flying off and up into the air. There it is. That's the reason for the refund on number 8, Gearson. Refund 8, Gearson did not receive a fair start. Broken equipment before the start. First race payouts 9, Lions Dookie, $8.95, $10, $3, 7, John Hill, $6.80, and $4.40, and 1, Zeb's Crafty, $2.20. $2 exactor, $82.20. Dollar try, $189.15. Dollar super, $704.20. Super, $140.80. First race, order of finish from the top down, 3764592. 8 refund 1. That is 3764592. 8 refund 1. Field on post parade for the second one is side bet Damian McClellan for Teresa Stokes. Number 2 is Twin B Wise Guy, Garrett Rooney for Nikki Comania and Bruno Comania. Number 3 is TH True Play, Alan Malloy for Jody Cullen and A1 Stable and Blair Kidd. Number 4, The Ready, Sammy Filia for Julie Walker and Overseas Farm. Number 5 is Best Bet, Nick Boyd for Blair Burgess and Timothy Mansfield and Mitchell Cohen. Number 6, Can't Control Carl, Scott Coulter for Michelle Olson and Roger Ferguson. And number 7 is Twin B Stinger, Austin Sorry for Gerard Damaris and Twin Book Limited. It's a field of 7 for race number 2. Let's get a look at this field. We get maiden pacing horses and geldings, a field of 7. I want to start with number 3, TH True Play. Now, Alan Malloy driving for Jody Cullen. But look, this is one that's had 5 starts and 3 third-place finishes. This will be the second start after making a break December the 5th and then qualifying here. That last race was a solid third, and TH True Play could build off of that last race set up by the strong barn of Jody Cullen. TH True Play 5-2 is the one that I'm playing on top. Number 4, The Ready. Well, back-to-back top 3 finishes. In fact, the trailer post in this class December the 14th, good effort. Came from off the pace to finish second, beaten a neck, and battled hard last race to finish third. The Ready and Sammy Filia for Julie Walker, 8-5. Number 5, Best Bet, Nick Boyd for Blair Burgess, and one that makes a second start off of a long layoff, was off from March until December the 14th, and beaten only 4.5 last time out. Maybe could build off of that now and be a top 3 finisher. Best Bet, Nick Boyd, is currently 21-1. You get value there. And number 6, Can't Control Carl. Well, 3 qualifiers to get ready. One thing that stands out is the final quarters in the last 2 qualifiers, 28-1 last time out, and the start before that had a 28-second final quarter. So Can't Control Carl, first-time starter, 9-5, is getting a lot of love. Those qualifiers, the final quarters, kind of tipped the hand that this might be a good one. Also as a 4-year-old just getting started. Gate is rolling for the second. Side bet, Twin B Wise Guy on the inside. In the center, TH True Play, The Ready, and Best Bet. And to the outside, Can't Control Carl and Twin B Stinger. It's a field of 7 for race number 2. Field 4, the second race. Is is at the start of the rough, and Best Bet is going to blast with side bet. Twin B Stinger, TH True Play is fourth away. And then on the inside, Twin B Wise Guy. Then it's the Ready, and trailing is Can't Control Carl. Into the backstretch, Best Bet and Nick Boy has got a lead of about 2.25. Side bet is second away. Twin B Stinger is a little rough gated, trying to stay on stride. And fourth is TH True Play. In front of the Ready, then Twin B Wise Guy and Can't Control Carl. But Best Bet at 35-1 has the lead over Side Bet at 45-1. And Twin B Stinger is third. Then TH True Play is racing for 29-1 opening quarter. The Ready is back in fifth. Then Twin B Wise Guy and Can't Control Carl. And they work on around the turn. And it is Best Bet who's got the lead as they race off the turn. Side Bet is staying close to Best Bet, and now TH True Play is up and driving, but still has a ton of work to do. Is about 12 off the lead, and now the Ready on the outside is moving. Half of 59-1. It is Best Bet who's leading as they race on to the 5/8. Best Bet leading Side Bet as they work into the backstretch, and then TH True Play and the Ready, but it is still Best Bet at 35-1, and is now striding out to lead by about 3 or 4 as they race on up to 3/4. Best Bet. Side Bet is racing position second. TH True Play third. The Ready is positioned fourth. 3/4, 128-1. And Best Bet long shot 35-1 still leads. Side Bet at 45-1 is towering. TH True Play third, but is about a dozen or so off the lead. And then the Ready, but it is Best Bet. And if you bet this one, well, it's the best bet you've made in a while, because Best Bet at 35-1 is going to crush the field and win it and take it by about a dozen lengths or so. Then TH True Play, the Ready, and Side Bet 158 flat. Best Bet. There's a look at the winner. It is Best Bet Ralphie. Nick Boyd, the winning driver. Best Bet. 4-year-old Captain Crunch Bay gelding, owned by Burgess Racing and Timothy Mansfield and Mitchell Cohen. Blair Burgess, the trainer. First win for Best Bet, 158 flat. Second race payouts 5. Best bet 73.50, 24.40, and 6.20. 3. TH True Play 5.40, 2.60, and 4. The Ready 2.10. $2 Sector 196.60. Dollar Try 421.60. Dollar Super 2,397.65. 20-cent Super 479.53, and a $2 double of 9 and 5 $227.90. Second race, order of finish from the top 4723165. That's 4723165 on the bottom. Field 4, race number 3 on parade 1 is PH Jim Hammers for Vern Cochran and Edward Gork. 2 is Ace 44 Apollo, Steve Houdon for Nick Ahern. Number 3 is Hound on the Beach, Jason Ryan for Alexandre LaRoche and Jean LaRoche. And number 4 is Benjamin B, Scott Culver, Ken Oliver. 5 is Country Grace, George Ketros drives and trains and owns. Number 6, Glory View Image, Sammy Foyer for Jacob Roberts and Steve Adams. Number 7 is Smokin' Hot Dude, Damien McClellan for Sandy Lawrence and Taylor Fritz and Terry Krawick. And number 8 is Happy in Control, Anthony Hahn for Dale Hearn and Antonio Tangretta. Field of 8 for race number 3. Let's get a look at this field for the third dash. We'll start with number 1, PH Jim, and one that had just 3 wins last year, but 7 runner-ups and 4 thirds. But PH Jim raced very well last race from post position 1. Comes into this one off of back-to-back close thirds, beating a neck and a head in the last 2 starts. I think it might be time for PH Jim here to pass the acid test and win. 8-5 on the inside. Jay Havers for Vern Cochran. Number 4, Benjamin B, is one that is moving up in class off a dominant win. In fact, had 3 dominant wins in the last 4 starts in the bottom class. Now facing tougher, but Benjamin B certainly brings in the form. And Scotty Coulter, Ken Oliver has proved to be a very strong combination of late. 7-1 for Benjamin B. I think that is, I think you could buzz up and make a bet on Benjamin B at that price. Number 2, Ace 44 Apollo, is one that raced on the lead last time out and nobody got by. Ace 44 Apollo got the win December the 17th. Had post 1, now gets post 2. Maybe he's going to launch again. Ace 44 Apollo and Steve Houdon for Nick Ahern. 6-1, offering some value as well. And number 5, Country Grace was good last race. Finished second. Ace 44 Apollo set the pocket. Had a good post, a tougher post assignment here, post 5, but you do see 3 top 3 finishes in the last 4 starts, so Country Grace has to be a consideration as well. George Ketros, 3-1. Fans are on number 1, PH Jim, 8-5. Gate is rolling for the third. PH Jim, Ace 44 Apollo, and Hound on the Beach on the inside. In the center, Benjamin B and Country Grace. To the outside, Glory View Image, Smokin' Hot Dude, and Happy in Control. It's a field of 8 for the third dash. Field for the third. is at the start of the rough, and Benjamin B is going to blast with PH Jim. And from the outside, Smokin' Hot Dude, then Country Grace and Glory View Image, and then Ace 44 Apollo as the field works on around the turn. The trailing pair, Hound on the Beach and Happy in Control. And they race into the backstretch, and it is PH Jim who's got the early lead. And racing position second, Ace 44 Apollo. Smokin' Hot Dude takes back and finds a seat on the inside third. Benjamin B is currently being fourth, and then it's a gap of a couple to Country Grace, further back Hound on the Beach, and then Glory View Image, Happy in Control, is in control of the trailer post as they work on past that opening quarter in 27 and 4, and it is PH Jim who's got the lead. PH Jim is on top as they race off the turn. Smokin' Hot Dude is going to come to the outside first over. Ace 44 Apollo is riding along in the pocket on the back of PH Jim and is third, just a length and a half from the front. And then Benjamin B is on the outside racing position fourth, 58 and 1 halftime. But Benjamin B appears to have some steering problems, is out wide on the turn, and they work their way on into the backstretch. PH Jim, Smokin' Hot Dude, Ace 44 Apollo, then Country Grace and Benjamin B. Then it is Hound on the Beach and way back Glory View Image and Happy in Control. And they race on to three quarters. PH Jim, 3 to 5 on the boards, getting some urging now. PH Jim and Ace 44 Apollo has been getting a nice trip. And now Benjamin B is out 3 wide and is coming on now and is buzzing 3 deep. And center of the track is Smokin' Hot Dude, and down to the inside is Country Grace, and then Hound on the Beach. It's PH Jim as the field turns for home. Ace 44 Apollo, and down the stretch drive for PH Jim and Ace 44 Apollo. PH Jim is going to win. Ace 44 Apollo is second. Then it was Hound on the Beach and Benjamin B, 158 and 2. Fans, the inquiry sign will go up pertaining to number 4, Benjamin B. Inquiry on 4, Benjamin B, and a possible break in stride. Fans, the judge's ruling that number 4, Benjamin B, did not commit any violations and will stand on the top 4. Third race payouts 1 PH Jim 330, 240, and 220. 2 A's 44 Apollo 473.83. Hound on the Beach 590. $2 Exactor 14.90. Dollar Try 46.50. Dollar Super 117.40. 20-cent Super 23.48. The third race order finish from the top. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 6, 7. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 6, 7 on the bottom. And fans, we have our Caretaker of the Week. Jason Redmond is the Caretaker of the Week at Flamboro Downs. Field for the fourth race on parade. One is Rose Run Bingo, Jason Ryan for Ben Hollingsworth and Bruce Gilkinson. Number 2 is 3 times the charm, Steve Hudon for Louis F. Timianis. 3 is Regal Duke. It's Sammy Filia for Wilfred Perot and Grant and Joanne Curnow. 4 is Bartown Brisby. Austin Surrey for Jacob Roberts and Russ Ellis. 5 is Nemo Jokin. Paul McKenzie for Guy Caretaker. And number 6 is Black Magic Cheddar. Scott Culver, Gary Mahan, and Kimberly Mahan. Field of 6. Race number 4. Let's get a look at this field for the fourth race. And by the way, Sweden just beat Finland in the World Juniors. Number 3, Regal Duke is a winner last time out here, and look, had a nice 58-1 back half, and battled first up and was able to come on and get the win by almost 2 lengths. So Regal Duke and Sammy Filia for Wilfred Perot. Regal Duke hadn't made the top 3 in any starts before that last race. It gets the win. Also should note that was the second start off of a long layoff, had been off since the middle of June before coming back at the end of November at Mohawk, and then that start here just before Christmas. Regal Duke 1-2. Number 4, Bar Down Brisby, a fringe player in the last of 4 starts, but look at, when I say fringes, third, but the thirds were close, a neck and a length, and last time out, 4th at London, was well beaten 4th, but still overall, Bar Down Brisby has flashed enough to be considered a threat in here. 5-1 Austin Torrey for Jacob Roberts. Number 1, Rose Run Bingo. Well, qualified here December the 27th, won the qualifier in 2:02-1, made a big sweeping 3-wide move at 3/4 and came on to win. Had a decent back half. In fact, after the 32-3 opening quarter, the next 3 quarters were all strong. So Rose Run Bingo is one that Jason Ryan for Ben Hollingsworth could be very solid in here. 5-2, first-time starter, 3-year-old McWicked gelding. And one more is number 5, Nomo Jokin. Well, just has 1 top 3 finish in 13 starts. That was a start here October the 26th. Led a long way and finished 3rd. Has been getting progressively worse since then, but certainly could come back to that. That was a mile of 59-2. Nomo Jokin and Paul McKenzie for Guy Caretaker is 10-1. But number 3, Regal Duke, is the 4-5 betting favorite. Sammy Filia for Wilfred Perot. Gate is rolling for race number 4. Rose Run Bingo, 3 times the charm on the inside. In the center, Regal Duke and Bar Down Brisby. To the outside, Nomo Jokin and Black Magic Cheddar. It's a field of 6 for the 4th race. Field for race number 4. In the stretch, gathering speed. there at the start of the rough. Bar down Brisbee, Regal Duke, and to the outside, Black Magic Cheddar. Rose Run Bingo, then No Mo Jokin', and 3 times the Charm gets away 6th. And now Regal Duke broke stride, is now trailing the field into the backstretch to go. Bar down Brisbee has the front for Austin Sori, and Black Magic Cheddar racing second, but still on the outside. And Rose Run Bingo is going to drive through now and claim second, as Black Magic Cheddar is going to take back and find a seat on the inside third. Then it is back to No Mo Jokin', 3 times the Charm. Regal Duke is trailing. Rose Run Bingo now is coming on the outside and has a lead of about a length, now a length and a quarter, length and a half, clears to the front. Bar down Brisbee racing second on the back of the Rose Run Bingo, 8-5 as they race off the turn. And racing third as they come on towards us is Black Magic Cheddar in front of No More Jokin'. And then the trailing pair, Regal Duke on the outside, to the inside, 3 times the Charm. Halftime 101 and 4. And it is Rose Run Bingo and Jason Ryan with the lead. Bar down Brisbee is racing second. No Mo Jokin' on the outside now is moving alongside Black Magic Cheddar, and now has taken over third. Black Magic Cheddar is fourth on the inside. Regal Duke trying to make a recovery from a break. And then 3 times the Charm is back trailing the field. And they work their way on to 3/4. Rose Run Bingo leads it a length and a half, and Bar Down Brisbee is up tighter in the pocket now. No Mo Jokin' on the outside might have flattened out a little bit. On the inside, Black Magic Cheddar, and now 3 wide Regal Duke to roll around No Mo Jokin', and it is Rose Run Bingo who leads it. Rose Run Bingo, Bar Down Brisbee. Here comes Regal Duke, and on the inside, Black Magic Cheddar. Rose Run Bingo as they turn for home for Jason Ryan. Rose Run Bingo, then Black Magic Cheddar on the inside, Bar Down Brisbee and Regal Duke, but it's going to be Rose Run Bingo to win it. Black Magic Cheddar second, Bar Down Brisbee and Regal Duke 203 flat. Fans, the inquiry sign will go up pertaining to the break-in stride of number 3, Regal Duke. Inquiry on the 3. There's the winner of race number 4. It is one Rose Run Bingo, Jason Ryan, the winning driver for trainer Ben Hollingsworth. The owner is Bruce Gilkinson. Rose Run Bingo takes his career debut, 203 flat. Fans note the judge's ruling that number 3 Regal Duke did not violate the braking regulations. On the board, 1643. Fourth race payouts: 1 Rose Run Bingo 550, 320, and 236. Black Magic Cheddar 1250 and 740, and 4 bar down Brisbee 260. $2 exact or 151.40. Dollar try 255.05. Dollar super 530.50. 20-cent super is 106.10. Dollar pick 373.75. Fourth race. Order of finish from the top down to 164352. That's 164352 on the bottom. Field 4, Race 5 on Parade 1, Salisbury Lytton, Brady Golliers for Joe Pereira and Golliers Racing. 2 is Ideal Perception, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and Lisa LaForte. 3 is Big Sur, Damian McClellan for Boyd Wilson and Rick Ryer. Number 6 is Brightside Maceo, Jason Ryan for Julie Walker and Darlene Carr. 5, Exotic Sand, Paul McKenzie for John McMillan. And number 4 is How You Play the Game, Jay Harris for Jody Cullen and David Snowden. Number 7, Bottle Rocket, Mike Whalen for Walter Whalen and Christopher Nickel. 8 is Magical Ian, Sammy Filia for Anthony Beaton and David Lumsden. And 9 is Harbourlight Ambrose, Austin Sorry for Rachel Andrew and Ralph Jardine. Field of 9, race number 5. Let's get a look at this field. Well, we'll start with number 2, Ideal Perception, and one that raced well the last couple of starts, is back in the same class. Before that had been racing in the preferred class, and look, has gate speed. We've seen this one win off the front end oftentimes in his fine career. A lot of back class, 40 lifetime wins, 468,000 lifetime for this 9-year-old. And Ideal Perception, I think, is in an ideal spot here. 4-1 is a good price for Ideal Perception. Number 1, Salisbury Lytton, comes in from Mohawk, and one that certainly shows some speed on the program page, and is one that had a good earnings year last year, 87,000 in just 26 starts. Brady Golliers owning this one and driving. Salisbury Lytton, inside post advantage, could transition for Mohawk well. Was second at Mohawk in 52-4 just 2 starts ago. Salisbury Lytton is the 6-5 favorite. Number 4, How You Play the Game, drops from the preferred class, and the last 2 times this one raced at this level, one a win by 4 lengths and the other one a close second. How You Play the Game is one that's going to, I think, have a good chance to possibly play as a winner here. Jay Harris for Jody Cullen. I expect How You Play the Game to have a big bounce back with a class draw. Value play right now, there's the sleeper value at 10-1. And at number 9, Harbourlight Ambrose. Austin Sorry for Rachel Andrew, one that did win 9 times last year, and look, did win below this class 2 races ago. Last race had a tough post assignment, didn't get off the gate well, closed to finish 6th. I think Harbourlight Ambrose, with the right trip, can get onto the ticket. Austin Sorry for Rachel Andrew. And with this being a pick 5, we'll throw one more in. That is 5, Exotic Sand, one that did not enjoy Mohawk last race, but is one that won 4 in a row at Riedel Carlton. Before that last race at Mohawk, Paul McKenzie for trainer John McMillan, and a numbered company from Greeley. Exotic Sand, 8 wins in 16 starts on the year last year. A big threat to bounce back. Probably belongs somewhere on your high 5 ticket. Exotic Sand is 5-1. But 1, Salisbury Lytton, is the 4-5 favorite. My top one is 2, Ideal Perception at 4-1. Gate is rolling for race number 5. Salisbury Lytton, Ideal Perception. Big Sur on the inside. In the center, How You Play the Game at Exotic Sand. And to the outside, it is Brightside Maceo, Bottle Rocket, and Magical Ian. And the second tier, Harbourlight Ambrose. Field for the 5th race. is at the start of the rough, and how you play the game with Big Sir Ideal Perception blasting out in Salzburg Lytton on the inside. It's Salzburg Lytton and Ideal Perception dueling for the early advantage. Salzburg Lytton with inside advantage, though. Ideal Perception will take back, and then Big Sir is racing position third. Arbalete Ambrose is fourth, and then it is back to how you play the game and Exotic Sand. Then Bottle Rocket, Brightside, Maceo, and Magical Ian is trailing the field. Salzburg Lytton 2-5 on the board. Ideal Perception is racing, filling the pocket. Big Sir is third, opening quarter 28-1. Harbor Light Ambrose is racing fourth and already popping out from third. There goes Big Sir to challenge. It's Salzburg Lytton. Big Sir moving first over, shares second with Ideal Perception to the inside. Harbor Light Ambrose is racing second over fourth. Then to the outside, how you play the game. Up the inside is Exotic Sand, and the trailing three are Bottle, Rocket, Brightside, Maceo, and Magical Ian. Halftime recorded in 58-1 at 30 seconds. Second panel, Salzburg Lytton being challenged by Big Sir to the outside. It's Salzburg Lytton and Big Sir with Ideal Perception in an ideal spot on the inside third. Harbourlet Ambrose is racing on the outside second over fourth. Exotic Sand on the pylons fifth, and sixth is How You Play the Game, and seventh is Bottle Rocket. Then Brightside Maceo and Magical Ian, and it is Salzburg Lytton who's got the lead and now striding away a bit. Harbourlet Ambrose is racing second. Big Sir backs away. Ideal Perception on the inside is third, but Salzburg Lytton is strong on top and racing for this How You Play the Game. Then Exotic Sand now is moving out into the two wide path and trying to close some ground. 127 3/4. Salzburg Lytton, and then on the outside chasing Harbourlet Ambrose. Salzburg Lytton, Harbourlet Ambrose, and a late push from How You Play the Game, but Salzburg Lytton's going to win. And then for second, Exotic Sand came flying in the center of the track into a place photo with Harbourlet Ambrose, 156-4. Back in front of us, one Salzburg Lytton. Brady Golyer's the winning driver. Salzburg Lytton's a 5-year-old Big Jim Bay gelding of Golyer's Racing. Joe Pereira, the trainer. It's the 15th win lifetime for Salzburg Lytton, 156-4. Fifth race, payouts 1, Salisbury Lytton 290, 230, 210, 9, Harborlight Ambrose 710, and 390. 5, Exotic Sand 470, $2 exactor 21.80, dollar try 110.20, 20-cent high five 541.19, 20-cent pick five 478.97. The fifth race over a finish from the top down is a 189 435 762. That's 189 435 762 on the bottom. And fans, we have a special birthday announcement. It's Scooter Gimlet's birthday. Happy 24th birthday to Scooter Gimlet, sometimes called Carter Gimlet. Field on post parade for race number 6. One is Perfect Rolo. Scott Culliver, Kelly DeVal Lakai, and Sylvan Lakai. Number 2 is Gascoigne Sunday. Jason Ryan drives and trains and owns. 3 is to Jennifer's Credit. Brody LeCain for Sean Arnott. Number 4 is Flash Cube. Jay Harris for Jody Cullen and Yvonne Mondu. Number 5 is On Top Rain Man. Mike Whalen for Walter Whalen and Chris Nickel. Number 6 is Major Hill. It is Sam Fillion for David Daniel and Francois Morin. And number 7 is Brookdale Mickey. It's Brady Collier's driving for Jarrett Mann and Rod Nobes and Charles Gasola. Well, fans, my pick of the night for Flash Cube drops a level. Now, it was only 5th here last time out, but this is one that shows racing well further down the page and racing at Mohawk in some spots. And you see this one racing in 54 flat at Mohawk November the 30th. And I think shows enough that in this class, Flash Cube dropping down, I anticipate Flash Cube having a big chance to get the photo flash after the race. Jay Harris for Jody Cullen. Flash Cube 3-2, the betting favorite. Number 2, Gascoigne Sunday. Well, 43 lifetime wins now is one that is moving up in class from 9,000 claiming. A winner last time out, Jason Ryan driving and training this one. And Gascoigne Sunday is just overall a nice classy horse with lots of wins. And Gascoigne Sunday facing tougher, but 3-1, showing the form. Number 5, On Top Rain Man, did not race very well at all last time out. The trailer post kind of rained on his parade, but the start before it raced in this class to finish second. Now faced tougher last time out as well as the trailer post, so both those factors coming into play, but was second in this class just 2 races ago. Should rebound. On Top Rain Man, 9-5 on the board. Mike Whalen for Walter Whalen. And number 7, Brookdale Mickey. Well, 4 consecutive races that didn't go well, but just before that had back-to-back wins. Now, they were that one November the 2nd, that was in this class and won by 7 1/4. The one before it was a win at Mohawk in 53-1. But that win here November the 2nd, 52-2, blasting to the front and winning by 7 1/4. Brookdale Mickey, the last few starts not good, but look, sent up by Jared Mann, and Jared's got some big numbers, and I expect Brookdale Mickey has a big chance to rebound, to be very effective dropping down. Brookdale Mickey, 9-1, I think, is the sleeper value on the tote board. Number 4, Flash Cube, is a 9-5 co-favorite with 5 On Top Rain Man. Gate is rolling for race number 6, Perfect Rolo. Gascoigne Sunday on the inside of the center. To Jennifer's Credit, Flash Cube, and On Top Rain Man. To the outside, Major Hill and Brookdale Mickey. It's a field of 7 for the 6th race. Field is at the start of the rough and on top of Rainman to Generous Credit and Flash Cube. And then Perfect Rolo. Brookdale Mickey as the field strides around the turn. Then Gascoigne Sunday. And Major Hill is back trailing the field. To Generous Credit's got the front. On top, Rainman is able to squeeze into the pocket in behind to Jennifer's Credit. Flash Cube has come out third in the early action. Perfect Rolo is currently roloing fourth in front of Brookdale Mickey. Then it is back to Gascoigne Sunday and Major Hill. To Jennifer's Credit at 8-1's got the lead right now. And racing position second. On top, Rainman. 27-2 opening panel. Flash Cube is third and is currently 3 lengths off the lead and on the pylons as they race off the turn. Then Perfect Rolo and Brookdale Mickey. Gascoigne Sunday and trailing is Major Hill to Jennifer's Credit. Leading coming up to the half over on top Rainman. And now Flash Cube has flashed to the outside to work first over. 57-1 halftime. And it is to Jennifer's Credit. Now we'll have to deal with Flash Cube on the outside. To Jennifer's Credit has a lead of just a length, and now 3/4 a length, and now half a length. And on the inside, racing third is on top Rainman. Perfect Rolo fourth. Then Brookdale Mickey. Out wide is Major Hill, and down to the inside is Gascoigne Sunday. And Flash Cube now has come on to grab the lead. Flash Cube on top Rainman is racing position second. Just a length and a half back. Flash Cube on top Rainman to Jennifer's Credit. Major Hill. And now breaking through is Brookdale Mickey in the center of the track. As they race the way to the top of the stretch, it is Flash Cube. And now on top, Rainman is trying to collar Flash Cube. Flash Cube on the inside and on top, Rainman chasing on top Rainman. On top late as they come to the finish. On top, Rainman's going to win. Flash Cube is second. And then it's between Gascoigne Sunday and Brookdale Mickey, 157 flat. Coming back in front of us is the winner of race 6, number 5, on top of Rainman. A 7-year-old, he's watching Bay Gelding. The winning drive to Michael Whalen. Walter Whalen is the trainer. Chris Nickel, the owner. It's the 13th win lifetime for On Top Rainman, 157 flat. Sixth race, payouts 5 on top. Rain Man, 580, 270, 210. 4 Flash Cube, 230, 210. 2 Gascoigne Sunday, 280. $2 exactor, 990. Dollar try, 1245. Dollar super, 3205. 20-cent super, 641. 20-cent pick four, 1246. The sixth race, order of finish from the top, is a 7362154. That's 7362154 on the bottom. Fans note in race 9, number 3, Outlaw Gran Torino, the claiming price should read 8,000. 8,000 claiming tag on 3 Outlaw Gran Torino in the 9th. Field on post parade for race 7. 1 is Senior Advisor. Brady Colliers for Courtney Bishop and John McQueen. Number 2 is Old Buck. Sammy Filia for Sean Hyatt. 3 is Seize the Bay. Austin Surrey for Mark Goddard and Michelle Hart and Verinder Gill. Number 4 is All About Art. Scotty Kohler for Terry Heffernan. 5 is Daryl. Doug High drives and trains and is the owner. Number 6 lead unit. Anthony Hahn for Doug High. 7 is Scratched. 8 is Snowwalker. Steve Houdon for Louis F. Timiatis and Matthew Hardy F. Timiatis. And 9, the devil you know, Garrett Rooney for Steve Gassian and Beth Doyle. It's a field of 8 for race number 7. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number 4, All About Art. And look, Trailer Post last time out, racing in this same class and got away well back as expected from the Trailer Post, but then was able to come on and be second, beaten only half a length. So now All About Art, nose on gate. Now we'll see if this one can flash a little bit of gate speed, but at least be up a little closer than 7th or 8th the last 2 times at the quarter. This is one that was racing in the non-winners of 2 before dropping down last race, and All About Art, I think it's got a great chance here. Scott Coulter driving for Terry Heffernan and is 7-2. Number 1, Senior Advisor, was a winner in this class last time out from post 1. In fact, he even had to overcome interference and still won by 3 1/4. Senior Advisor, Brady Colliers for Courtney Bishop. 3-5 on the board. No value, but certainly good in the last couple races. Has 23 wins a lifetime. Good shot at 24 here. Senior Advisor, 3-5. 9, the devil you know, had just 1 win last year and 3 finishes in 23 starts, but is one that raced above this class to a competitive 4th just 2 races ago and did beat this class November the 5th. Now, Trailer Post, but to get Garrett Rooney driving, the devil you know, 60-1. I think it's one that could get onto the ticket and help it pay. And number 3, Seize the Bay, raced well until late in the mile last time out. In the qualifier, rather. December 14th made a break, and then that qualifier was good until late in the qualifier. But Seize the Bay, this is one that's been a little bit in and out, but on his best efforts, I think he can compete in this group for a spot on the ticket, 17-1. The fans are just trying to decide between the 1, 4, and 5. Those are the ones taking all the coins. Senior Advisor is 1-2. 4, All About Art, my top one, is on the board at 3-1. And 5, Daryl with equipment changes, blind to open bridle and adding a Murphy blind on the right, is getting a lot of love at 5-2, despite a lack of recent form. Gate is rolling for race number 7. Senior Advisor, Old Buck, and Seize the Bay on the inside. In the center, All About Art. Daryl to the outside lead unit. Malvolio is Scratched, and Snowwalker on the outside. The devil you know from the second tier. Field of 8. Race number 7. field for the 7th race. He is at the start of the rough, and Old Buck will leave with Senior Advisor, Lead Unit, and Seize the Bay. And then it is All About Art and The Devil You Know, but the field works around that first turn. Senior Advisor has got the early lead, and Seize the Bay is driving on the outside for Austin Soria against Senior Advisor, and now is going to take back and find the pocket. In front of Old Buck third, racing fourth is The Devil You Know. Lead Unit is fifth away, then All About Art in front of Darrell, and trailing the field is Snow Walker. Senior Advisor 1 to 9 on the boards got the lead. Seize the Bay is in the pocket, and Old Buck is racing third. Off at 29 and 4 opening quarter, field works around the turn. Fourth is The Devil You Know. Then Lead Unit and All About Art and Darrell, and trailing is Snow Walker. And the field works their way off the turn and comes on towards us. And on top is Senior Advisor. Oversees the Bay with Old Buck racing position third. Then The Devil You Know, and now All About Art is out and driving. Coming first up and trying to take fifth and grab it from Lead Unit. And then it is back to Darrell. And Snow Walker trailing 1 minute 4/5 halftime, 31 seconds second split. And it is Senior Advisor leading Seize the Bay by a length and a half, who's bravening up in the pocket. And Old Buck is racing position third, still on the inside. And then on the outside, All About Art is trying to grab fourth and take it from The Devil You Know. From the backfield, Darrell is kicking in, and then it was back to Lead Unit and Snow Walker. They work their way by 3/4, 1:30 and 3, and Senior Advisor is leading by 3 or 4 lengths right now, and Old Buck is second, trying to close in on Senior Advisor. Then it is Seize the Bay, All About Art and Darrell. On down the stretch route they come. Senior Advisor is on cruise control right now. Senior Advisor and Old Buck. Senior Advisor will win. Old Buck will be second. Then for third, it was Darrell, then Seize the Bay and All About Art. 2 minutes and 4/5. Senior Advisor wins. Seventh race payouts: 1 Senior Advisor, $230, $210, $210, 2 Old Buck, $20 and $7.60, and 5 Darrell for $80. $2 exactor, $35, $10 try, $200, 30 cents. Dollar Super, 607.85. 20-cent Super, 121.57. The seventh race, so we're finished from the top. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, 6, scratch, 7, 8. That's 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, 6, scratch, 7, 8 on the bottom. And once again, just to note, our caretaker of the week at Flamboro Downs, Jason Redmond. Field for race 8 on parade 1. Groove and Will, Austin Surrey for Blake McIntosh and Ozzie McKay. 2 is Bunkhouse Boss, Jay Hamers for Robert Kyle Fellows and Hut Racing. 3 is All-Star Bruiser, Paul McKenzie for Matt Dupuis and Mike Seftig and DLP Racing. 4 is Lions Delightful, Scott Quilliver, Ken Oliver, and 3 Lions Racing. 5, Julius Hanover, Mike Whalen for Walter Whalen and Chris Nickel. And number 6, Dr. Bombay, Damian McClellan for Robert Kyle Fellows and Anthony Stamist and Ken Hardy. Field of 6 for race number 8. Non-winners of 2 horses and geldings on the pace. Let's get a look at this field, and we'll start with number 1, Groove and Will, Austin Surrey for Blake McIntosh, and this is one that makes a 4th start now off of a long layoff. The first 2 didn't work out well, but last time out here in a non-winners of 2, this same class was a competitive 3rd, got off the gate to sit the pocket, now gets an inside post position. Groove and Will looking for his first lifetime win. That last race suggests this one could be in the groove tonight from the inside and is even money. Number 4, Lions Delightful, well, moves up off of back-to-back wins, handy-looking wins in the maiden class, and Lions Delightful is one that certainly can bring in the form. And look, Scott Coulter, Ken Oliver has been a strong tandem. Lions Delightful can get off the gate well, but also that win 2 races ago, got away 3rd, and then was able to come first up and win going away. Lions Delightful, and Scotty Coulter is 5-2 right now. Number 6, Dr. Bombay, did beat a maiden class 2 races ago. Tried this nominators 2 last race and didn't work out well, but maybe this try. Dr. Bombay's 2nd start at this level does have a win and a 2nd in the maiden class recently. Dr. Bombay and Damian McClellan is 3-1. And number 2, Bunkhouse Boss, well, off of a 4th in this class last race. That was post 8 and got out well to finish 4th and got away 3rd. Now gets the much better post position. Bunkhouse Boss maybe could improve off that last race. 9-2, Jay Harris for Robert Kyle Fellows. It's a field of 6, race number 8. Groove and Will, the 4-5 favorite. Gate is rolling for race number 8. Groove and Will, Bunkhouse Boss on the inside. In the center, All-Star Bruiser, Lions Delightful. To the outside, Julius Hanover and Dr. Bombay. Field of 6 for race number 8. Here they come. And the field for race number 8 is at the start, and All-Star Bruiser broke stride. Bunkhouse Boss has got the lead right now with Groove and Will along to the inside. Groove and Will using that post 1 advantage to drive on through. Bunkhouse Boss on the outside is 2nd and now is going to take back and find the pocket in front of Julius Hanover. Then Dr. Bombay and Lions Delightful, and trailing is All-Star Bruiser. Groovin' Well, and Austin Sorey leads on past the opening quarter. Groovin' Well, 3 to 5 on the board. Bunkhouse Boss is racing second. Julius Hanover is third. Dr. Bombay fourth. Lions Delightful fifth. All-Star Bruiser trailing the field, and they race their way off the turn and head towards the half. Groovin' Well, the 3 to 5 favorite leads, and the advantage is 2 lengths right now. Bunkhouse Boss is second, and Checha has tied up the game with Canada at 1 apiece in the first period, and racing third is Julius Hanover. Dr. Bombay is racing fourth. Lions Delightful fifth, and All-Star Bruiser is racing sixth. 1 minute flat halftime. Groovin' Well leads as they race their way on into the backstretch. Groovin' Well, Bunkhouse Boss, and Julius Hanover is third. Dr. Bombay is racing fourth, and then Lions Delightful is moved out, and now following Dr. Bombay, who took out from fourth, and now stepping out from third is Julius Hanover. Off a 1 minute halftime, they head to three quarters. Groovin' Well, the 3 to 5 favorite, still leading it. Bunkhouse Boss is racing second. Julius Hanover third. Scooting through to the inside is All-Star Bruiser, and then it's back to Dr. Bombay. Lions Delightful off stride. Groovin' Well still strong on top, leading Bunkhouse Boss by a length and 3/4. Groovin' Well and Bunkhouse Boss and All-Star Bruiser on down the stretch drive they come. Groovin' Well, now Bunkhouse Boss looking to pull the upset. Groovin' Well, though, is in the groove and continues on, and is going to try to hold off Bunkhouse Boss. Groovin' Well wins. Bunkhouse Boss was second. All-Star Bruiser third, and Dr. Bombay fourth. 1:59.3. Fans, the inquiry sum pertaining to number 3, All-Star Bruiser, and a break in stride. Inquiry pertaining to 3, All-Star Bruiser. There's the winner, Groovin' Well. Austin Sorey was the winning driver. Groovin' Well, 4-year-old Roll with Joe Bagel by Ozzie McKay, trained by Blake McIntosh. It is the second win lifetime for Groovin' Well. Fans note the inquiry sum will go down. The judge's ruling that there were no violations by 3, All-Star Bruiser. Eighth race payouts: 1 Groovin' Well, 350, 220, and 210. 2 Bunkhouse Boss, 330, 210. 3 All-Star Bruiser, 270. $2 exactor, $7.30. Try, $8.90. Super, $63.30. 20-cent Super, $12.66. 8th race, order finish from the top. 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, 4. That's 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, 4 on the bottom. Field on post parade for the ninth one. Turek Sealster, Garrett Rooney for Kelly DeVal-Lukai and Sean Hyatt. Number 2 is Vicious Aloysius, Nick Boyd for Michelle Olson. Number 3 is Outlaw Gran Torino, Jason Ryan for Courtney Bishop, Nicole Loeffler and Kevin Stevens. And 4 is Night Terror, Austin Sorry for Gerard Demers and Mark LeMay. 5 is The Colt, Paul McKenzie for Gordon Lee. And number 6, some might say, Jay Hemrith for Robert Reed and Kyle Stretch. Number 7, Music to My Gears, Semi-Filia for Ken Middleton Jr. and Keith Middleton and Jeffrey Seibel and James Grant. 8 is Scratched. 9 is Dusty Lane Morgan, Scott Culver, Tom Janot. Field of 8 for race number 9. Let's get a look at this field. I'm going to start with number 7, Music to My Gears, and one that had 21 wins last year. And Music to My Gears raced on New Year's Eve at Western Fair, made an early break, and while the win streak went down, but Music to My Gears has a chance to start another win streak here. Now, it is a tough post assignment, but boy, Music to My Gears has been so good. This is his final year. 14-year-old rock and roll Henry Gelding, and sent up by Ken Middleton Jr., Sammy Filia driving. Music to My Gears, I think, has a great chance to rebound. Of course, first order business needs to stay flat, but that is the only X you see on the dance card of late. Music to My Gears is 2-1. Number 4, Night Terror, is one that I considered using on top. 18 top 2 finishes in 43 starts last season, and most recently was second to He's Got Swagger. That one scratched out of here. And Night Terror overall, I think he's one that brings in enough form to be a consideration with the better post position than Music to My Gears. Austin Sorry for the Fine Barn of Gerard Demers. Night Terror is the 7-5 favorite. Number 2, Vicious Aloysius has gate speed in a favorable post position. Last time out, went inside pylon, so was placed from 4th back to 5th at the finish. Did tire out in the late going, but the 2 previous starts, a second here in this class, and the start before that, a winner in the bottom class. Vicious Aloysius, he's one that has plenty of back class. A 12-year-old Nick Boyd and Vicious Aloysius. Rafi looks for a second win on the evening. Vicious Aloysius is 7-1. And number 3, Outlaw Gran Torino, does show enough recent form to be a consideration. Comes in off of a second to He's Got Swagger last time home, and has a favorable post again. Outlaw Gran Torino, Jason Ryan for Courtney Bishop, is 4-1. Fans are on number 4, Night Terror at even money, but I went to 7, Music to My Gears at 2-1. Starting gate is rolling for the ninth. Turek Sealster and Vicious Aloysius on the inside. In the center, Outlaw Gran Torino, Night Terror, and the Colt. To the outside, some might say, and Music to My Gears, and the second tier, Dusty Lane Morgan. It's a field of 8 for race number 9. Field is at the start and they're off, and Night Terror leaves out well. Night Terror blasting out with Tureg Sealster, and to the outside is Music to My Gears, but as the field charges around that first turn, Night Terror's got the lead. Music to My Gears is driving on the outside second. Inside third, Tureg Sealster, then Vicious Aloysius, and some might say an Outlaw Gran Torino, and then the Cold, and further back is Dusty Lane Morgan. It is Night Terror who leads as they race onto the opening quarter. Music to My Gears found a seat on the inside, filling the pocket, and Tureg Sealster's inside third, 28-1 opening quarter. Vicious Aloysius is fourth. Then some might say Outlaw Gran Torino, and then the Colt and Dusty Lane Morgan. Off the turn they come. Night Terror co-favorite at 2-1 over Music to My Gears, who's also 2-1. They're separated by a length and a half, and it is Night Terror leading the way. Music to My Gears in the pocket. Here comes Outlaw Gran Torino to come first over, and Tureg Sealster is fourth on the inside. Then the Colt is on the outside fifth. Vicious Aloysius sixth, and some might say is seventh. And then Dusty Lane Morgan trailing 59 and 1 halftime, 31 second panel. And it is right now Outlaw Gran Torino who is coming on the outside and also sharing favorite status at 2-1 as they race their way onto our three quarters. Outlaw Gran Torino now has been able to overhaul Night Terror. Music to My Gears is hemmed in on the inside, sharing third with the Colt, who's been out a while and now reclaims third, but will need some racing room to call her Outlaw Gran Torino, who's now getting away. Outlaw Gran Torino, Night Terror blocked on the inside is Music to My Gears, and the outside the Colt. Off three quarters, 129, they turn for home. Outlaw Gran Torino and Night Terror. Outlaw Gran Torino, cruising as they come to the finish, is going to win. Night Terror to finish second, then Music to My Gears, and finishing fourth was the Colt, 159 flats. There's a look at the winner of race 9, Jason Ryan with the driving double. Outlaw Gran Torino is a 7-year-old Santana Blue Chip Bay gelding by Nicole Loeffler and Kevin Stevens. Courtney Bishop is the trainer. It's the 11th win lifetime for Outlaw Gran Torino. Ninth race, payouts 3, Outlaw Gran Torino, 610, $3 to 30. For Night Terror, 350, 260, 7 Music to My Gears, 270, $2 exact or $18, dollar try, 37.30, dollar super, 91.10, 20-cent super, 18.22. Ninth race, silver finish from the top. 561 247 3 scratch 8. That's 561 247 3 scratch 8 on the bottom. Field for race number 10 on parade. 1 is Wild River Bumblebee, semi-filia for Julie Walker and Dr. John Bradbury. 2 is Winchester Phoenix, Garrett Rooney for Dominic Ladew. 3 is Stone Carver, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and Robert Burgess. 4 is O'Hare Hanover, Mike Whalen for Walter Whalen. 5, J.J. Xavier, Paul McKenzie for John McMillan. Number 6 is Rye, Austin Sorry for Gerard Demers and Yannick Marquis. Number 7 is Wildcat Rocky, Scott Quilter, Dale Hernan, Wildcat Stables, and Antonio Tangretta. 8 is Delightful Leader, Jay Havers for Melissa Lamoureux and Jeffrey Boyd. 9, Summit Sealster, Jason Ryan for Corey Giles and Brad Gray. Field of 9, 10th dash, the final dash on this Sunday evening. Let's get a look at this field for the 10th. We'll start with number 5, J.J. Xavier, who's a 9-5 favorite, was a winner at Mohawk last race in 53. And look, overall, J.J. Xavier is one that's got some back class, and I think comes into this one off of a strong effort for trainer John McMillan. Paul McKenzie is driving, and J.J. Xavier, I give a slight edge in this. This is a nice field, but I think J.J. Xavier just might have the most in here. 8-5 on the board. 9-time winner last year. Had a good season. Others to look at. Number 2, Winchester Phoenix. Well, this is one that raced in a solid class each of the last few starts. The last couple runner-up finishes. Now, only one win last year, but 14 out of 23 in the top 3. Winchester Phoenix has been knocking on the door. Garrett Rooney for Dominic Ledoux gets a good post. 9-2, a definite contender. Number 6, Rye, is 3-1 on the board. Did not enjoy the last outing at Mohawk, but the one before it was a good. 4th beat in a length and a quarter. And Rye is one that was a solid earner last year. Earned about $1,800 a start, which is a good measuring stick for this class. And Austin Sorry driving for Gerard Demers. Rye, I think, is one that belongs on the top 3, and he's being bet as such at 3-1. And then one more to get a look at is number 9, Summit Sealster. Won here in a non-winners of 5, December 14th, a good field. Beat Winchester Phoenix, and then followed that up with a 3rd in a tough class the next time out. But last start tried Mohawk and finished 5th. But I think Summit Sealster is a contender for a share in here. Jason Ryan for Corey Giles. Summit Sealster is 9-1. And if you're looking for one more to use on the high 5, I would think down on the inside. Post 1 has a good advantage here. Now, this one made a break last time out at Mohawk, but before that, you do see this one, in fact, going back November the 22nd, 52 flat at Mohawk. Wild River Bumblebee is a veteran with back class and with post position 1. Probably has a good chance to be on the top 5 semi-filia for Julie Walker, 9-1. My top one's 5, J.J. Xavier, 8-5. Gate is rolling for race number 10, Wild River Bumblebee, with Winchester Phoenix and Stone Carver on the inside. In the center, O'Hare Hanover and J.J. Xavier. To the outside, Rye, Wildcat Rocky, and Delightful Leader. And the second tier is Summit Sealster. Field of 9 for race number 10. There at the start of the rough, and O'Hare Hanover is going to leave well with J.J. Xavier and Wildcat Rocky. Wild River Bumblebee and Winchester Phoenix. Field presses around that first turn. O'Hare Hanover and Wild River Bumblebee, the top 2 right now. J.J. Xavier still pressing 3 wide. Inside 4th, Summit Sealster. Then Winchester Phoenix and Wildcat Rocky. Back to Stone Carver. Rye is second last. Delightful Leader is trailing the field. Wild River Bumblebee at 16-1 has the lead. lead, but the 1-2 JJ Xavier is going to drive on and clear the lead now. 27-3 opening quarter. JJ Xavier, heavy favorite, leads a couple of lengths over Wild River Bumblebee with O'Hare Hanover third, and Summit Sealster fourth. Winchester Phoenix is fifth on the inside. Stone Carver traveling on the outside sixth now. Then Wildcat Rocky and Rhyme, and trailing is Delightful Leader, and the leader is JJ Xavier off at 27-3 opening quarter. Leads on past the half, advantage a length and 3/4, halftime 57-1. Wild River Bumblebee is enjoying the view in the pocket on the back of the heavily favored JJ Xavier with O'Hare Hanover inside third. Stone Carver first up, racing fourth, and Summit Sealter fifth to the inside. Then it is back to Rhyme, Delightful Leader, Winchester Phoenix, and trailing Wildcat Rocky. But JJ Xavier drives towards 3/4, and by 3/4 off that 57-1 halftime. 3/4, 126-3, and JJ Xavier starting to get away a bit. Leads by about 3.5 over Wild River Bumblebee, who's right now holding on to second. Stone Carver third, and then Delightful Leader. O'Hare ahead of her as the field turns for home. It is all JJ Xavier on down the stretch drive for Paul McKenzie, and cruising coming to the finish. JJ Xavier gets a couple of left-handed taps to keep on going, and then Wild River Bumblebee, Stone Carver, Delightful Leader, and Summit Sealster 157-2. There's look at the winner of race number 10. It's 5 JJ Xavier. Paul McKenzie, the winning driver. JJ Xavier is a 7-year-old Tobago K's Bay Gelding, owned and trained by John McMillan. It's the 29th win for JJ Xavier, lifetime 157-2. Tenth race payoffs: 5 JJ Xavier, $3, $260, $220. 1 Wild River Bumblebee, $6.90 and $6, and 3 Stone Carver, $4.70. $2 exactor, $29.50. Dollar try, $65.25. 20-cent high five, $965.94. $2 double, $13.40. Dollar pick three is $9. The win for 404 is $2.88, and the 20-cent pick five, $12.09. 10th race over a finish from the tops at 263-917-845. That's 263-917-845 on the bottom. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Sunday evening. Action resumes on Thursday, first dash 6:25 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Go Bills. Good night, Shanna.